Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing awesome today. Plans. Primary thing is check out Godot 4.4. Oh. Hello, startup game. You're raring to go today. First up is checking out Godot 4.4, seeing if it's worth upgrading to. My guess is probably not. I think I'm far enough along that it makes sense to freeze my Godot version. Unless there's just something really, really good. And then we can consider upgrading. But everyone's got to pick a point during game development for a given game where they say, okay, here's where we're stopping. Because if you keep taking in new updates, and like every time there's a new one, you're going to dramatically extend your development cycle, which is not great. So we'll take a look at that. Move that up. Maybe move that up. I don't know. I'm on the fence between these two. Which one should come first? We'll see. I don't think we'll get to either of these today anyway. But we're at least going to start some sort of magic projectile. Yeah. That'll be good. And startup time. Go doubles. Hello, shiny monster. Since I'm gonna need to capture echoes for dailies, might as well be this one.
I'm so tired. Art unveiled.
Pop, pop, pop. Give it a second. There we go. The reason I delayed there was to prep for the next time I want to do a rotation. If I remember to do a full stack skill at the end of combat, it means I only need to do one full stack skill in the next combat I do to have her forte gauge maxed. Here, I think I'll just burn her liberation. There we go. All right. Next up, we were working on that weapon.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
I'm not actually going to end up using that weapon on anyone, but it looks so cool, so of course I have to level it up. Obviously. Couple more, and
Time to get down to business. Witness the art's true form.
honestly, throw that out.
My compliments.
Pop, pop, pop.
You will yield.
Easy peasy. And do one half run. Or one normal run. However you want to look at it.
Commence healing. Time to get down to business. Intra. My compliments. Take this.
Okay, and we've got plenty of time for the event. Plenty of time. Oh, wait. Gotta grab 2 echoes real quick. Like a decent spot.
Victory favors me.
And that's 2. Huzzah! Are there any of these I can pick up real quick? Actually, today's Saturday. I don't need to. Tomorrow I'll get 800, so yeah, we're good. If I'm gonna give Whimpering Wastes another try, gotta do it soon. But I'll try those off stream because those are painful, and if I'm gonna get a decent score, it's gonna be just breaking my head against it, and lots of choice language. So much choice language. That's how you power through those things. Let's see, Thorny Blade 2 spoiled. Oh wait, no, we've unlocked new stuff. So I need to do these 4. What do we got? Midair? Well, I don't have anyone that's going to utilize that. 2. Oh, well, if I use the trial characters, I can utilize that, but I don't want to do that. Let's go with our normal chill team. Jej is just too cozy for this type of stuff.
Administering first aid.
Well, I may have made a mistake. We'll find out. It's going okay. It's a little slower because these are ice elemental guys, but it's not too bad.
My compliments. Running won't save you.
Oh, and she's chunking out damage anyway, so we're good.
In the name of the Montes. Take this. Leave it to me.
Up there. Grab that.
Watch out. In front. Capture the spark. I'm so tired.
Oh my goodness.
My company. Found your weak spot. Brilliance lights the way. The world is mine.
I think we're okay.
Masterpiece complete.
Yes, we're okay. Good job, Carlotta. Yeah, I had to do that to unlock all these other things for the other mode. For every 15th basic attack dealt by active resonator, all resonators attacks by 20% for 5 seconds, attacking it times. How? Oh, with a lot of AoE you can pull that off. Okay. Worth it? Probably not. I'm gonna be boring today on these. I want them to just go smoothly. I could go with Phoebe for this one. Pretty likely. But depending on the number of enemies, I won't be able to keep Spectrofrazzle going.
I commence healing.
Yeah, no, this would have been very bad for Phoebe.
Witness the art's true form. In front.
Yeah, see that fast clear there of all those? Phoebe would not have pulled that off well. And we're getting more big ways. Yeah, no. Definitely made the right call.
Art unveiled.
Honestly, just stay on Jeja for this.
In front.
Like, this is going so smooth, just using her. So on the last wave,
My company.
Carlotta's a good call.
Brilliance lights the way. Can you keep it?
What? Where are you going?
Found your weak spot.
Got it. What's going on there? Do I have enough time? We should be okay. Take less damage and gain increased resistance to interruption. Casting pro skill grants shield. Honestly, that's not a bad idea for that setup. Nah, yes. Use the trial characters. Because this will also help me benchmark if my Gion is at all decent. Because I'm pretty sure mine isn't the problem.
Hands off my friend for now.
Okay, got that. Pop. Ultimate. Nope, nope. Oh god.
Calculation. Ready for battle. Fear no more.
Okay, so I have a shield.
Time to fight back.
Whoop. I feel like my Geon's better than this one.
Leave it to me.
Ooh. Oh yeah, the
Luminous energy.
reduced stamina is going to be an issue that I didn't fully consider.
Let's do this another way. Burn to ashes. Burn. You're wide open. Unstoppable.
Where's... Dang it.
Bide the
This one okay.
time to fight back.
So yeah, all in all, the damage numbers are telling me that my Geon's fine. Oh, and he wasn't using the passive echo anyway. So I could have been doing more damage there. So that actually tells me my Geon needs some help before I'm going to use him, which I kind of knew that already. Take damage while above. Now they say take Spectrofrazzle or Spectro, but I'm going with the cozy team.
Conception.
Ow.
My compliments.
Oh, I messed up the rotation. I forgot to do part.
Brilliance lights the way. Glory demands more.
Oh, that's it? Woo! Excuse me. That was so much easier than I expected. So, one thing I wanted to point out that I think is, if this is what I think it is, this is really interesting. I believe this is going to be a title card that keeps your progress forever. So even once the event ends, you'll have this to say, hey, I got this score on this event. Which I think is really cool. I don't know if Wuthering Waves has done this before. This is the first time I've seen it, and that's a really cool idea for a game like this. For those who aren't aware, a big limitation of games like this that are PC and mobile, which obviously most of this is designed for mobile. Big limitation is install size, and they want to make sure updates are not too big. And so a way to limit, at least total install size, is after events are over, they delete the data and replace it with something else. So your total install size, while it does creep up over time, it's not nearly as fast as games like standard PC MMOs, which just accumulate data constantly from updates, and you end up with installs that are like 200 gigabytes for games that their fidelity would not suggest they need that much space. And since these are games are on mobile, you can't do that. Like, using up 200 gigs on a cell phone, almost no one's gonna be able to install your stuff because most people don't expand the memory on their phones. Anywho. Yeah, we are past startup time. Don't want to forget daily crisis management. Let's see if we can do it in one run. If so, I'll do it real quick. If it takes multiple runs, we're not doing it. Lethal Core, Thorny Blade, Spoiled Blaze. Oh, right, it shows me. I don't need to memorize it. Okay, we can do it in one run. That works for me. I like how the buff on this one is just... I've set up very clearly Spectrofrazzle. Not available. Why not available? Oh. Isn't that great? Don't want that one. Casting Liberation. Yes, that's my best one. Okay. This shouldn't take too long.
Administering first aid. Barely shards. Capture the spark.
Yerg. Oh, I used the wrong thing. Dang it. It's fine. I still got the buff, which is the important part. Pop that. Pop, pop, pop. Charge. And ultimate. Don't know if this will be enough to kill him. It won't be because he's got the second health bar.
I'm so tired.
Pop that. Carlotta, and we're done.
Running won't save you. Brilliance lights the way.
Bye bye.
Is that it?
Nice and neat.
I am Baiju.
researcher at
How are we doing at finishing up the story? Okay. Are we gonna empty the store today? No, but pretty close. Go. Or why not? Yeah, since we've really seen these, like this event, you've seen how this event works. Yeah, I'll attempt to get some high scores on these off stream, and I think I'll just ignore the dailies on this going forward because I'm not gonna get anything for doing them. Yeah, at this point, all that really matters in clearing this event is getting as high a score as possible. Hi, Zlad. What do you mean, is anybody there? What do you mean? I can see you can hear me. Am I being trolled? I think I'm being trolled. Why am I being trolled? How's it going, Slad? There we go. Okay, Godot 4.4. Release notes. Is this a Nintendo Switch prices outrage free zone? I have not paid attention to Switch 2 stuff at all. So, yes? If only through ignorance? Ooh, migration guide. That's scary. If they've released a guide... see. Source code will compile successfully without changes and upgrading. Existing binaries will load and execute successfully without recompilation. Runtime behavior won't. Oh, maybe they just release one of these with anything. Ooh. Man, the fact that they don't maintain parity between GDScript and C#, I really have a problem with. Today, first thing is checking out Godot 4.4, seeing if I care to upgrade. Nodes. Text label, graph edit. Yeah. Course upgrade, only professionals test on production. Yeah, no. As I was saying earlier, everybody, when you're making anything, you have to pick a time where you freeze your versions. And I'm probably at that point for the size of a team I am, being one person. Method of restart adds new keep speed optional. Can you get this seed from particle emitters? Because if so, the work I did yesterday I could replace with this for higher quality. Has this been here this whole time? And I just didn't know where it was? No, it's new. Okay. Hey there, Chompy. How would you put I'm a Pokemon trainer on your resume? I'm assuming that's a joke question. So you would just say that you're going to be the best there ever was. That's how you say you're a Pokemon trainer. And for anyone who might be reading that line seriously, don't do that. Don't put that on a resume ever. I kidnap wild animals, and I'm not gonna read the rest of that. Yeah, no, I've actually seen those posts before. It's just a meme. So, this is a pretty cool concept where you can manage the seed of a particle emitter. So, you can have two different particle emitters that are doing the exact same thing, assuming this works the way I would have implemented. Game progress is pretty good. Got a whole bunch of performance improvements yesterday from some pretty simple changes. Yeah, my new rule of thumb is do not use sub viewports. Ever. Because they just break everything. You used it. Are you gonna get nuked to death? Yes. What did you use it for? Demon will come and eat your feet. That's probably some sort of yokai in Shintoism. Probably. Editor plugin. Pop-up property selector. Oh. In all seriousness, the rule of thumb I came up with for whether or not it's okay to use a sub viewport for something is the sub viewport going to last for more than a minute? Something like that. What I've been doing is creating and destroying sub viewports within the span of like 3 seconds. And Godot Engine does not like that at all. Time flies by fast. Yes, it does, Jumpy. Yes, it does. You were like, I think my second or third viewer ever. At least on this channel. I'll never forget the first time I tried streaming, where I had one viewer drop in and with perfect English and punctuation said, "Wow, you are really bad at this." And then they left. That was my only viewer on that stream. Let's see. Curve resource now enforces its value range, so min-max need to be changed if any of the points fall outside the default. Okay. At least you had someone? Fair enough. Visual shader node vector 2. What is that? Node had its input type changed to vector 4. Wait. Visual shader node vector 4 constant didn't have a type of vector 4. How does that work? Okay. Like, how would you not have caught that? It's entirely possible that was you. So. Because that would have been... Ow, how many years ago was that? I think that would have been about 15 years ago. Let's see, when did Twitch first launch? Make sure I'm not just talking nonsense. Well, okay, it was not that long ago though. Then, it would have been at least 10 years ago though. I can say that with confidence. But that was under a different name, different channel, different type of content, the whole bit. It was literally just, I wanted to see what streaming was like, so I just tried it. Yeah, Twitch launched in 2011. Right there. Yeah, that did not exist back then, and no, I have never been a hot tub hamster. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I don't know what CSG is, so cool. Android sensor events no longer enabled by default. Projects that use sensor events can enable them as needed in project settings under input devices. Cool. Why are the normals inverted? That's not good. Bring them 1 returns that instead of that. That's not fantastic that they just arbitrarily make these changes. Now, these people could have been upgrading from much older versions, but I'm gonna trust them for the most part. Great. Project settings and create new node are blank after up. Pop-up show blank square with the usual blah blah. Please report bugs. Couldn't get a minimum reproducible project. Making a new project in port 4 and it was fine. Tried making one in port 3 and importing it also worked. Oh, if this guy is working with a bunch of add-ons, yeah, if the add-ons haven't been updated, then yeah, you'll have issues. Yeah, no, if you try to make such a thing out of my hamster, yeah, no, you will hear from my lawyers. They will be on you so fast. Bring them on. Oh. Oh, a challenge. Yeah, no, I intend to protect my brand. Quite, is the word vociferously? I think the word is vociferously. Vehement or clamorous? What is clamorous? Making a loud and confused noise. He was a vociferous opponent of the takeover. I think it's just used interchangeably with vehement. This will be your fan art? No. If you want to get banned from all my socials, that is the fastest way to do that. And you'll be put on a list where you'll be monitored and you'll have all kinds of legal notices sent to you. Because, you know, that can very easily be construed as not construed, can very easily be categorized as a form of defamation. Okay, so what's the actual just list of new features? Where can I see that? Oh, okay, highlights. Jolt Physics. Build extension has been used as the de facto physics engine. While this PR might be one of the most rigorously tested ones, we are eagerly awaiting your feedback. Honestly, with how many bugs get introduced in each new version of Godot, I think a general rule that's probably smart to use is, unless you actively want to test new features and test for bugs, just chill for a few months. Like, only take updates like 3-4 months after the fact. They have time to iron things out. Chompy, can we move on from this topic? Window management magic. Godot runs the game as a separate process from the editor for 2 reasons. Blah. However, this design choice previously prevented embedding the game window into editor, which is something that users with limited screen space, like on single monitor setups or laptops, are looking for. You're not wrong. Interactive in-game editing? Oh, we've had a limited form of this already. But yeah, no, this is super smart because the editor already is running a version of your game. So extending an actual run view, or creating a run view that just has edit capability, this is super smart. VR support, nice. Uber shaders to reduce stutter. Our load time pre-compiled version of each shader with all their features. These shaders become fallback whenever a new object is drawn, so that freezing, wait for specialized shader pipeline to be the background to compile becomes a thing of the past. Technique therefore completely avoids shader stutter. This feature alone is something I'm probably going to want to update to at some point. Because this is a big deal. This is a very big deal. Free physics interpolation. We're not 3D. AGX tone mapping. Tone mapping algorithm has gained a lot of popularity lately. Our friends at Blender even replaced their previous filmic tone mapper with AGX. Go implementation resembles theirs closely, but is purposely simplified, more suitable for real-time use. Okay. That's really cool. Not too useful for me, but anyone making a 3D game that they want to be photorealistic, this is awesome. You added typed dictionaries in the version after I wanted to freeze on. I've been wanting typed dictionaries for so long. Chat. Typed dictionaries are just one of the most powerful things. Oh. Huh. Oh, this is if you want to reduce your tick count, it does better interpolation. In between ticks. Ah, that's cool. You're gonna go eat dinner and run some tests. Cool. You hope I won't suffer much while coding? Well, I appreciate that. And I hope your Internet of Things doesn't suffer either. And you with it. Best of luck, my dude. Okay, so we're not taking on 4.4 right now. But upgrade to 4.4 plus at some point. Shader performance. Actually, shader performance. I want to say and type dictionaries. But yeah, we're not gonna use type dictionaries, unfortunately. Because I've got that code written and I don't want to go refactor it all for an upgrade. And it looks like untyped dictionaries are probably still a thing. Like, it would be weird for them to break that backwards compatibility. Breaks compatibility. It seems like a simple change, but many places will compare variant types with string. Removing the conversion gave a lot of errors. Makes sense to me and is essential for supporting type dictionary. Has some quirks, but the trade-off between performance and compatibility seems worth it. String and string name are interchangeable in most cases, so this shouldn't cause major breaks. However, users explicitly check type, rely on its string representation, may have some issues. Don't love the fact that string name is not like what's the difference between string name and string? Whatever. Type dictionaries are now a thing if you want to upgrade. That's the short of it. Okay. Magic missile. I need to put some thought into how I want this to look. Because I kind of want a projectile that's all sparkly. First off, see if there's any new free stuff from Fab. Love getting free stuff. Pretty sure I already have that. Yes, these are the ones I already got. Okay, that's fine. Oh, and let's see if there's new Epic Game Store stuff real quick. I like keeping you guys updated on those things. Why don't I have... What? What? What happened to Epic? Huh? What? What happened? I mean, I can look at Epic Games Store on browser. Oh, Cat Quest 2 is now free. After they just had Cat Quest. Guys, go download Cat Quest 2. It's a fun game. Highly recommend. And it has multiplayer. I believe only local. Can't remember if it has online. Shared split screen co-op. I don't think it has native online play. Oh yeah, shared screen co-op, super fun game. Pretty simple game. Highly, highly, highly recommend. And look, they have shadows like I do on some of my stuff. Yep, the first game was just... It felt like a developer's first attempt. And it wasn't bad. But Cat Quest 2 is basically just Cat Quest. Like, the map is almost identical. The world map. The quests you do, most of them are repeated from the first game. Or let me rephrase that. Almost all of the content from the first game is in the second game. And then the second game just also has more content on top of it. But highly, highly, highly recommend. And I get signed in so I can at least claim it here. Yes. Huzzah. Wonder why my Epic just died on me. Yeah, I guess I'll download the launcher. Ah! Alright, well, while that runs... 2D assets. No. Not really seeing much there that I want. Yeah, I have a bunch of VFX, but I do recall not really having one that I liked for a basic magic projectile. That's not the right one. Oh, there it is. Hey there, Benkley. How's it going? Me? It's going pretty good. We're gonna get some sort of basic projectile attack done today. I don't know that it'll be, like, finalized, but I want to be able to shoot a projectile, have it hit an enemy, and do damage. That's the goal. After, of course, just finishing up checking Godot 4.4, seeing if we want to upgrade, which we don't. At least not right now. These are okay. Honestly, I kind of feel like I can produce these with particle emitters. And potentially make a lot better looking ones. Maybe. Though, making stuff with particle emitters obviously is going to take more time and more work. I have this projectile pack already. And this guy is not half bad for a basic spell projectile. Yeah, not half bad. Don't think I'd want to use the bigger one. And while I love these projectiles, that's definitely too intense for a, like, mage's first attack. That one's also kind of interesting. Let's see if something just pops out at me is really good. Oh right, there's I always forget there's a billion results on this site. At least that helps me a bit. Excuse me. What? All right, buddy. I kind of like some of these effects. But at the same time, I'm wondering, could I do better than some of these? Hmm. Actually, I have an idea for an appearance of a projectile that I kind of like. Yeah, I've got an interesting idea that just uses the particle emitter. That if I can get it looking kind of the way I want, how I have in my head, should be great. Let's try it. Entities, attacks, projectile. Projectile base. New inherited scene. I want to call this Mana Spark. Do you're not actually going to be using this structure at all. Ooh, but if I don't use that, is node noise going to freak out? It might. I'll have to add some code that says, hey, ignore me, we're fine. Or for that matter, I could just add... Let me just do this. Gradient texture 1D. Cool. 1 pixel. And... hide it. There we go. Now it's just not a concern. And this thing isn't even going to have an animation player. Particle process material. Nice. Can't tell if those particles are the right size. Seem like they might be a little big. Oh, nope, that is the right size. Okay. On in a point probably makes sense. Okay. You got it looking kind of sparky. Yeah. It is interesting that this produces a perfect circle. I'm sure there's some funky mathematical reason that happens. Acceleration should have no gravity. No gravity, thank you. Oh. Huh. Okay, where do I tell it what color to be? Because I'm pretty sure that's a thing. And I'd like to avoid using a CPU emitter. What does this mean? Because it doesn't appear to be doing anything. Okay. What? Huh. Why is that a circle? Okay. So that just, I guess, does nothing. Wait. Huh. What? Oh. It's causing the individual particles to spin about themselves. Okay. Got it. That's not what I wanted. It's fine. Don't know what that means. So those are fun to work with. And certainly it causes an interesting look. I'm getting the look I want, so that's good. I know what radial velocity does. That's fine. Acceleration. Error. Display. That's probably what I want. Hmm. Right, these are not animated sprites, so... That's what I was looking for. Hey there, Zimius. How's it going? How did I do this? A GPU particle emitter. Cool. Don't think I actually want white for this. Think kind of like that. First off, the ending color a little bit away from pure white. What kind of gradient am I actually going for? Still not the look I want. PC was not happy. Understandable. Yes. Same as that. Oh, that affects. Oh yeah, I remember that UI. Sparky magic missile. Get some ideas here. This is kind of what I want to go for. Kinda, sorta. So to get that visual, and what? I start with something like white on the left. And that fades into a teal, then into a medium and dark blue, and then into transparent. Okay, that's certainly looking better. It's not quite what I was going for, but I like it. It looks maybe a little too epic for a first attack, though. I really like the look of that. This is one of my favorite gradients, just of all the gradients that exist out there. Cyan into purple is just top tier. Very, very similar gradient that I like is this. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm honestly pretty happy with how that looks. Let's see about adding some damping or turbulence. That do. How does that make me feel? Oh. Oh, I gotta think about that. Because that's pretty neat. Nah, I like that. I like this. But I do want to see about adding not turbulence, but damping. Did they put that in acceleration? That damping, there we go. Not feeling the dark blue though. Something's off about the dark blue. One, it could be that. Oh, and I want some level of transparency on all of this, don't I? Okay, and let's make sure we can see how this works, or how it looks in the play world. Not doing what I want. Why is it sending particles out like crazy? But the visual here is completely different. Why does that look so different? Whatever's happening, I don't like it. Hmm. Could it be the scale doing it? Could be. Let me test that. That was it? Okay. Okie dokie. Hmm. That's interesting. Okay, so when translating over, I need to make sure to scale down by 1/2. Fine. And something. Take a look at is this. I think I prefer that. One thing I'd like to do, though, is have the particles shrink over time. And I'm pretty sure there's a way to do that. That's not right. Good morning, still needs work. How's it going? A little tired today? Fair enough. What does emission do for me? I don't know that that's doing anything. No. No, thank you. That's a fun one. But not what I'm going for. This effect will definitely be something to consider for later. I'm getting an awkward circle here that I don't like. I think that might be from the damping. But also... Oh, that's not what I wanted. No! Yeah, that does basically nothing. That just makes me feel like I need glasses. Wait. There we go. That's what I was trying to get to. How do I make them shrink over time? So, make particles shrink over time. Set a scale curve in the particles. Yeah. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Looks great. Like, really great. think I want to tweak that curve just a little bit more. Then the scale curve. Don't need it to go all the way down to 0. Actually, so I can see what it looks like moving through the air, let's add gravity or something. Yeah, something funky's going on over here. And I think that has to do with all that orbit velocity stuff I was doing. There we go. Okay, so if it's moving really fast, and let's actually just make it go to the side instead. So this would be the equivalent of if the projectile's moving to the left fast. I don't love it. Ooh. Honestly, that's kind of decent. The fact that I'm getting those circles I don't care for. How do I get rid of those circles? There we go. The lifetime on the particles is way too long, but how cool! Still getting that circling effect. That's gotta have to do with the tick rate. Yeah, if it moves too fast, we're getting all these circles. Definitely needs some level of damping. What is flatness? Well, don't worry about it. Oh. Or damping. Really does not feel like the particles are slowing down at all. Yeah, now I know how to make that, whatever that means. Does upping the speed scale do? Ah. Okay. So speed scale and lifetime work together. Do like that. Partially. Feels very sparky. Now, how to make a trailing effect to kind of fill that in? Oh, the FPS is important. Okay. The more you know. Now, is it unsafe to put this at something like 120? Possibly. Let's keep it at 60. Enables particle interpolation, which makes the particle movement smoother when their fixed FPS is lower than the screen refresh rate. Delta results in fractional delta calculations, which has a smoother particle display effect. Honestly, I probably don't need that. Causes all particles in this node to interpolate towards the end of their lifetime. Don't really know what that means. Don't like it. So, particle emitter trailing effect. That's gotta be a thing, right? Ubisoft stock is dropping? Yeah. And that's not really what I'm trying to do. Maybe I need a sub-emitter for what I'm trying to do. So as I always say when we look at stocks and stuff, the question is what's going on over a longer time scale. So over the 1 year time frame, yeah, this is bad. 5 years. Woo! Well, at least they're doing better than back here in 2002. But, oh boy. What did they release back in 2016? Or 2015? Ubisoft game releases in 2015. What happened? Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I don't think that would have been the big thing. Oh, here we go. We can get these in order, that'll be nice. I mean, they're almost there. Okay. Why is this wiki listed this way? This is awful. Let's start in 2015 and see what could have made them blow up. Mighty Quest for Epic Loot. Excuse me. Is dying. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, dying is unhealthy. I agree. Soldiers. I think that would have been it. Care Bear's belly match. Oh dear. Just Dance 2016. That had to be it. No. Assassin's Creed Syndicate is at the right time frame for causing that explosive growth. And then again, Rainbow Six Siege is also at about the right time, and if I recall correctly, that was a hugely successful game. Assassin's Creed Chronicles India? I didn't realize that was a thing. There's no article for it, so it's something else. There's Perception. These are not super good given the sources. Generally favorable. Okay. Oh, was this when they were just starting to pump the live service stuff? Is that what this was? Maybe that's why their stock skyrocketed. Because I don't see any specific game that would have caused this jump. That said, there is just a series of well-received games in this time frame. Remember back in the day when awards actually meant something? No? In all honesty, I don't know of a time when I felt like awards mattered. Sorry. Yeah, I think they just had a string of really good games. Looks like that's what it was. Okay. Had a string of good games for about 2 years that caused all that insane growth. If only I had known to invest. See, at peak 2018. Let's go 2014. Yep, so over 5 times your money in 4 years. But you also have to have enough money in order to do that. Let's try a sub-emitter, which I have no idea how those work. Sub-emitter modes other than disabled are not supported in the GL compatibility rendering backend. Well, that's rude. The one thing I could do, if I wanted it to just be a ball, use local coordinates. But I feel like it needs to have particles trail behind it. That said, I want them to try and keep up, if that makes any sense. Oh, wait. Whoop. So one thing that I don't like about particle emitters and the way this is set up, some of these ranges, when you define them, it is setting a random value for the particles. Others, these are the values at specific points in time over the lifespan of particle. I would think you'd want that to be consistent. Hmm. This needs to be under here. List. Because I need to be able to set a height on this. Let's take a break. I've been staring at this for a while and need to clear my head a bit. Hey chat! Do y'all want to make some decisions for me on a game? Because I have an interesting game for us to look at. And we can learn some stuffs. I think chat died. I've been staring at this particle emitter for too long. Hey there, Dragonfire. The particle has consumed everyone. You're not wrong. Oh. We'll look at that after the break. So, I am gonna need your input, chat. Because we're gonna play a very silly game. Very, very silly game. Called Fairy. And to me, this is a peak example of doing a whole lot with very, very little. And it's a great example to illustrate how, even with very little knowledge in game dev, if you start off with a turn-based RPG, a lot of the complexity of game development is taken away. Are we gonna run it? Pretty please? Hello? No? What? Well, so much for that plan. What the heck? Let's see if we can get this fixed up. Running as administrator usually fixes stuff. Windows 11 must not like it. That's what I'm thinking. Well, I'm glad the dump file is very human readable. Does not have the appropriate access. I mean, that would definitely cause a crash. Okay, let's ask the internet real quick. And if they don't have a quick answer for us, we're moving on. Okay. Protection patch. Sure. This seems safe. Oh, so there was an official patch that's been taken down and wasn't just included in the install for Steam. That's cool. This is what I do to fix my game. Navigate to the game install. Great. Download the patch. Copy the contents of the zip to the above location. Delete fairy steam. Okay. We're gonna do this. Replace. Okay. Let's see what happens. Is it gonna crash again? My crash senses are tingling. Oh, nope. Would be funny if it worked on Linux without any patches. It almost certainly would. Because you can, you'd be emulating Windows, and you'd probably be emulating something like Windows 8 for this. Okay, let's, have stream music chill out for a minute. Wait, okay. Oh, I don't like the control mapping at all. Difficulty, obviously hard. Obviously. Graphics settings. Those are fine. Okay. New character. Okay, chat. This is your character. Are we male or female? Talk to me, chat. I need an answer. Someone flip a coin or something. Because I'm letting you guys design our character for this game. And it's a very small game. Someone throw out a vote, and whoever answers first, that's what we do. That's how we're picking all of these. Because there's a lot of selections to make in this game, so... Come on, guys. Guess the fairy, the classic thing would be female? Oh, you said female. Okay. Oh my. Right. What? Wait, no, our characters are Smurfs, that's right. And I gotta fix that. Definitely gotta fix that. Because, yeah, Dum Dum is basically a Smurf when we don't... Wait, what? Okay, there we go. Oh, ah! What is happening? Oh, the control mapping is so messed up, guys. Oh god. That'll have to be good enough. Okay. Saturation is fine. Brightness. So, for reference on the control mapping, up and down on my right stick is left and right. Or right and left in this case. And right and left is up and down. Eyes. Oh god. Nope, nope, nope. We're not doing all that. Nope. Nope. This will take years. We're just gonna go exaggerated. As exaggerated as humanly possible. And prominence. Oh, super prominent, obviously. Oh, we're gonna have Chad Chin for her. Beautiful. Love it. Okay. Eyes. Oh, we got makeup color. Alright. Eye color, sure. Something dramatic. Not much dramatic in here. Whatever, that's fine. Facing. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Mmm. Oh yeah, there we go. Size. Big or big, obviously. Eyebrow shape. Mmm. Obviously, we need to go with as pronounced eyebrows as humanly possible. There we go. Eyebrow height. Oh. I know, we're always surprised. Eyebrow prominence? What does that do? I have no idea what that's doing, but maxed out, obviously. Ears. Angle. Oh, yeah. Oh, gimme. We'll figure out the height after we figure out the rest. Nose size, obviously maximum. Obviously. The heck is that? Yeah, ooh, that does not, Alright, that's fine. Beautiful. Length. Oh yeah. Gimme. Bridge size. Big as possible. Bridge shape. I don't know what that does. Oh! Bulbous nose, yes. Nostril size, maxed. Nostril width, maxed. Gorgeous. Low as possible. There we go. Okay. And mouth. Oh my god. The like rotated controls is awful. Makeup color. Oh, we gotta have that, you know, sultry red lips, obviously. Give me just massive lips. There we go. Don't actually care to have over or under bite, okay? The width. Ooh, perfect. Perfect, we're done. She is gorgeous. Hairstyles. There's not a lot here. Sure, why not? Gotta hold the controller at a 90-degree angle to fix the controls. You're not wrong! Oh dear. Well, luckily, since we are going Smurf, this is easy. Oh, I did not realize it. The hair would be glowing. You know what? Sure. Let's do it. And since the hair is glowing, there we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Finalize. Dum dum. Oh yeah. Long ago, magic pervaded the world and fairies lived among men. They inspired countless tales and myths. Was an age of legends. Neon Smurf Fairy? Indeed. From the Isle of Avalon, King Oberon reigned over a population of as diverse as the dreams of men, and every land whirred with the sound of fairy wings. But man began to doubt the fairy kingdom, and little by little dismissed it as childish or demonic. Man eventually retreated into a daily routine in which magic had no place. So Oberon decided to remove his people to enclaves on the edges of the human world, and the fairies became no more to them than age-old memories existing blah blah blah. But when the magic left the world, the fairy kingdoms began disappearing one by one, until one day when... moving around the fairy world. Oh god. Oh god. Dum dum. You poor baby. Oh god. What have we done, chat? What have we created? Oberon was right. The crystal broke. Dum Dum has awakened. Yeah, no, we're not doing that voice. I'm sorry. This text is going by way too fast for me to figure out voices and voice acting. Guys. Oh god, right, the rotated controls. Oh god, this is awful. Okay, let's see if we can remedy this. Oh, mouse and keyboard is working, okay. Spacebar is menu. That's a new one. Okay, you want me to go over here, I guess. Yes? Hello? Where are we going? Okay. Hello? Are you Oberman? Here we are, so close to the king. Everyone's new back of her hand. But we'd better go over the essentials. Okay, tutorial time. Got it. So, one thing of note. Go ahead and equip iron. One thing of note, by having movement be flight, they've actually fixed a lot of stuff for themselves in terms of making sure you don't have weird collisions and whatnot, because notice, my character is kind of just a cylinder. The physics for my character is just a cylinder. So the model could have been whatever they wanted. And like you can see, you can kind of get a sense of the geometry when I move across this. Yeah, there's just that point where it's like, oh, now we're able to go. And it might not even be a cylinder. It might be a rectangular prism. Speak to Obermann. Here you are among us once more. Awaken from your slumber. Why do you need me? Bad things happening. I remember everything, Obermann. You're more powerful than I remember. Good job. Tell me more. I'll help you. Companion, sure. Let's do this. Need a little more desk space because the sensitivity on this is not great. Camera sensitivity, let's up that. I don't... Man, the naming of that menu is a little concerning. Save and quit when you're trying to update your options. That's better. So, pretty cool how they've... hovering flight is quite easy to code, I would think. Oh, absolutely. So... Also, it's just... You have directions, and you have the camera being controlled by the mouse. Like, this is about as simple as you get for controls. But, notice, it's effective. Sure. And instead of having instead of blocking me with obvious terrain and invisible walls and stuff, there's just an edge of the level. So by having me contained within what's, I'm assuming, either a sphere or a cylinder. Looks like a sphere, probably. You just don't have to worry about that aspect of the game. Especially if you make sure your containment sphere is like so many units wide or thick. Like boundary breaking becomes next to impossible when the geometry is this simple. Hello, Arachne. Present yourself. What engine was this made in? That's a great question. Silk engine. I'm not familiar with the Silk engine at all. Oh, it's proprietary with Spider Studio. Okay. Fair enough. Questions? Companion. Anybody else? Cheerio! I did not say see you later. I said cheerio. You had one job, dialogue. One job. Oh, we don't want to do that yet. Hello, Marcius. Also, as far as dialogue controls, pretty straightforward. Canyon. Be brave, Marcius. Well, farewell. At least it's not AI voice acting. You're not wrong. Okay, I need altitude so I can look around more easily. What's the S? Oh, just a rock. Okay. Bye. One thing I would like to have in games like this, and I recommend this for any game you do with flight controls, have a button or some sort of input that lets the player go straight up and straight down. Because like right now, I want to be able to look down while moving laterally forward, and the game doesn't allow me to do that. Who dis? Oh, you are the me that from the alternate universe where I was male. Presentation. I'm ready. Let us fight these things. Yak. So, and now for combat, obviously active combat, you got to do all kinds of coding. Well, for this, it's literally just, you have your animations, and you don't have any real interaction between entities. So, the level of skill required to produce these interactions, so much less than other types of games. And that's why I would highly recommend, if you're scared of getting into the programming side of game dev, try making something like this if you have a decent idea for a turn-based game. Because it is... the bar to entry is so much lower. For that matter, if you want to get your started knowing basically nothing, you could purchase RPG Maker. And then almost all of the systems are built for you. And RPG Maker games don't do that great on Steam, but you can still get some sales. Will you come with me? But first I must explore this cave. Okay. I'm pretty sure he does not stay with us. Okay, there's a ball. I'm pretty sure he's like tutorial ally. Hello? Questions? Avalon. Goodbye. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to the dialogue and options in this game. And the whole game is pretty much go to area, clear it out, move to next area. Not much complexity, but it doesn't necessarily need to have complexity. Like, we looked at the pricing yesterday. Full price for this game, $7. The best sale it's had in the last year was 70 cents. And a big part of making a game and marketing it is knowing what monetarily is your game worth. And this is the kind of game that I think knows what it's worth. It's not trying to be some big AAA thing. Just like, these devs were like, we're gonna make a silly turn-based RPG with fairies. That's just what we're gonna do. Hello, Seagull. see. What else can I do before going to the cave? Hello? Information. I don't care. Who dis? Hello, mustard seed. Well, I'll be jiggered. You've awakened. You've been in stasis ever since I was a toddler. Questions? Tell me more. Bye. Do you have treasure behind your house? No? Okay. For you. Yeah. I don't actually care to learn about Avalon. Like, they're just gonna say, this is the land of the fairies. There we go. 8. I would also assume that this Spider Studios is not predominantly English speakers, because the wording on stuff in this game is not what I would have thought to put. Like, validate is a really weird word to put for a confirmation in a game. Like, most of the time you'll see words like okay or confirm, but not validate. Comes across as odd. Okay, let's... Hold on. Save game. Just in case things go bad. Wait, but I want to meddle in their troll business. Okay, fine. Caution. Ooh. Okay, guys. Our fairy's gonna evolve, and you guys need to tell me how. What kind of wings do you want on our fairy? Dragonfly, butterfly, or bird? Clearly must just be the fairy dialect of English. Why they talk weird. Easy lore fix. Yeah, that's why the menus have weird wording. So, if we go with Dragonfly, we get Fireball. If we go with Butterfly, we get Lightning Discharge. Bird, we get Tornado. What do you want, chat? Take your pick. Chat, you are picking this character's appearance, and the appearance impacts combat, so I don't care for the game, to be honest. That's fair. Gotta be a butterfly smurf? Fair. Alright. Butterfly it is. Yeah, the point of going through this game is not that it's super enjoyable. It's that it's an interesting game in terms of how it's so bare bones and yet is a decent game. Oh, right, I can't use controller. And just very simplistic particle effects to show that the target was hit with this elemental type. And the animation for an enemy taking damage, each model has one animation. Very, very simple and straightforward. And these are the kind of simplifications you should look to for maybe your first game that you're making. Okay, graphics aren't the most important for most games. And the graphics in this game are not tragically bad. I mean, obviously, the character we crafted is terrifying, but that's at least partially on us. There we go. Now should be doing significantly more damage. Grabs strategy. Gotta use magic. Got it. Crabs are the flans of this universe for you Final Fantasy players. Oh, and here's something I should point out that keeps this game even simpler. Notice, after every combat, my health goes back to full. I don't believe this is because the devs wanted to be nice. I believe this is entirely down to the fact that it means they didn't have to save the values. Like, sure, it might be thought of as a gameplay decision in that the players don't feel like they have to keep recovering health outside of combat. But at the same time, it also makes your development cycle faster. Because then, outside of combat, there's no such thing as current HP. Basically it's not a bug, it's a feature. I wouldn't even say it's that phenomenon. I would say it is as simple as they chose not to add that feature, and the lack of feature is in itself a feature. Whereas the phrase, it's not a bug, it's a feature, really is meant to outline things that were unintentionally added, whereas this was something intentionally not added. And I also think it's a really smart idea to take an art style, or an aesthetic, I should say, not an art style, an aesthetic, in like the visuals trying to reflect old school Irish and English fairy lore and Celtic lore, because there's not a whole lot of games that use that aesthetic. Now, obviously, fairies are pervasive in all kinds of different stuff, but, like, this visual for a goblin is very much based in Irish folklore. Are we evolving again? Yes. So we can get what? Can't do that yet. We could get a tattoo. It'll give us more damage or more life. Get ram horns. Hunt. But is that really the only horn choice? Okay. Projectile against all enemies. Or tracks, which gives us access to earth or ice magic. Kind of neat. And like, obviously this upgrade system is very, very simplistic. But at the same time, it feels unique compared to most games out there, where the idea that your character physically changes as you upgrade and unlock new abilities, that's a pretty unique thing to add into a game, and it sets you apart without being a massive impact on your development. Oh, right, now I can do 2 attacks. Boop, and bop. And of course, things like dodge is just your standard dice roll, random number generator. Let's see, is there anything else I really want to call out for this game? So one thing I'm not entirely sure about is if this terrain is unique, or is it using the overworld that we saw? Not sure. Because certain aspects of the overworld do show up here. So like this chest was visible in the combat zone. I think it might actually be using the area, which is a bit of complexity you probably don't need. But one thing that this game does to keep that aspect simple is every single combat is a one-off. You don't have random encounters in this game, so you don't have to worry about things like enemy positioning because you are setting every one of them by hand. And for big complex games, that's probably not going to work. But if you're wanting to make a small contained game, doing things as one-offs like this is not a bad idea. Sure, we'll take the egg. Attack the crab! I think with the set bonus, my physical attacks might... Oh, never mind. Physical attacks are garbage. Now, one thing that I would say you should look toward if you're making a turn-based game like this is quality of life features. For example, all I'm doing every turn is the same set of attacks. So give me a use last turns options kind of thing. I'm probably making a 2D game for your first few games. Makes it easier for it not to be jank. It makes most features easier to implement. So this is part of why I wanted to show off this game, is this is a 3D game, and this is easier to create than most 2D games. Because a lot of this stuff, like the 3D models, you could go buy 3D models that just have all your animations ready to work with. And if you're using Unreal Engine specifically, there's a whole bunch of assets you can buy that already have everything coded up to work with basic movement. Like there's example blueprints, which is Unreal's version of like scenes and scripts in Godot. Okay, we're definitely taking some damage. Oh, come on. Next attack enhanced. That's not great. Do not. No, 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 no! That was close. Objects. Okay, we're okay. Please stop doing so much damage. That'd be great. I should have probably gotten the power tattoo. Probably would have served me better than what I'm doing right now. Still needs work is like, please move on. Yeah, once I get through with this zone, move on. I promise. And I am curious to know how many copies of this sold, because it was originally an Xbox Live Arcade game exclusively. I'm a little curious. Stop it, Mr. Krabs. It hurts. We're almost done. There we go. Headband of healing. I thought there was another exit here. Oh, probably? Yes. Did I miss any? Don't think so. Right. Before I forget. Power tattoo. I don't think you can level the other characters. I think they're all on set paths. Yes. I check this floor. Yes. Hello, Obermann. Egg. Okay. Bye. Okay, upgrading lightning discharge, or get horns, or get aura. Healing light will heal a targeted ally. In level 3, the ally is revived. 3, the ally is healed of all negative influences. Might be worth it. Whoop. I did not mean to do that. No, I don't want to confirm. We're gonna save points. Really good to come with us. Idea, Perilous. Can you... Friend would do well to visit other inhabitants of the island. Okay. In short, talk to the glowing people. And all of the quest markers are self-contained within individual NPCs. So, like, I can do these in any order. And as long as you keep them self-contained and you don't have interplay between quests, it's going to be really easy to set this stuff up. Really easy. Hello, milady. Companion, who are you going to tell me to recruit? Bert might want to join you. I've heard say he wants to leave his brothers and go traveling so he can finish his book. Try and find him. He was near the mirrors earlier. Cheerio. Okay. This is Bert, yes? Hello, Bert. Ah, yes. He's being bullied. We're gonna save him. That's about it. Oh. Okay, they're a little resistant to physical. Oh, they hit like a truck. Woo! Another aspect of simplifying turn-based is going back to the old school way of doing turn-based. So, in a lot of more modern turn-based games, developers want to put in the concept of active time combat, whereas this is just fixed turns. Very, very simple to implement. And there's no sort of speed stat in the game. So, like, some people really... I shouldn't say that. I suspect there are people that really like active time combat, but I've never seen that as a deal breaker on games. And in a lot of games, I prefer these hard turn-based systems because if I need to step away, I can. I was really hoping that these would all hit so this guy could go down this turn. That's not enough damage. Oh boy. I think my buddy's going to die. Oh yeah. Bye. Oh! He hung on! I'm gonna try to just power through this. Not spend any more healing items. That might not work out for me. And notice, if this were a stock asset, which I'm pretty sure all of this is custom from this developer, but as a stock asset, this is basically a swimming death animation. This is another trick for implementing flight animations. Just grab the swimming animations for most things, and they'll just work for flight. I think I'll be okay. Nope, I'm gonna have to heal at least once. Okay. And I think the lesson we should take away from this game is the idea that you should look for ways to simplify your development process and not try to tackle just doing everything exactly the way modern games do them. Yeah, I don't care about your point. Canyon. Pages. I will help you. Bert loves you a bit more. Something while flying it was. Some pixie snapped it up. He headed up the tower. Oh. Also, is there a page at the Seagull, perhaps? Don't see one. Hello, page. I have it. Thank you. Favor. Heard tell of a wonderful weaver who inhabits the city Mirages. Oh yeah. So this is the one instance, or the type of quest line where they did have interplay between different NPCs. And notice it's all different dialogue options in specific directions, and it's just deciding whether or not to show them. Which I think is a pretty neat and simple way to accomplish this. Yeah, and this has already taken longer than I meant to. Yeah, I need to get that healing ability. I am burning through healing items so fast. Alright. Well, that's obviously going to be a quest item for somebody. Let's see. Or, sure, healing wave. Keep it simple. What are we doing? I created some sort of diversion for some reason. Is there anything I can grab real quick? Someone flying through the sea. You hover over seaward, you'll spot it. Air. Also, as a direction, travel seaward. Well, there is ocean in every direction. I feel like you should give me better directions than that, sir. That's 3 of those. I don't like that. So I can heal better now. Right. And this will be the last combat, for sure. Okay, Fireball. Why can't I use... Oh, there's a startup time. Okay. Like, I have to wait a certain number of turns before I can use it. Eesh. So violent. That's not a lot of healing. I think we're actually going to lose. Yeah, pretty handedly. Yeah, you really need a third character for this fight. Also really is hurting me that my main damage dealer is also my healer. Yeah, okay. We're out of here. Wait, Alt F4 doesn't work? Seriously? Back to work. After a long break to talk about how to make a game more easily, and even if you don't have a lot of technical know-how. I think that's a fantastic example of that. Okay. Godot. Think particles may be flying too fast. Alright, we're gonna look at trailing effects. They look like this during walking, this during a dash. When your character is moving in a straight line between frames, you can store the previous position and the current position per frame, and then calculate the points along the line and emit particles along that line? Out of that, the only caveat is that I imagine emitting all those particles at once along the line would make it look like 4 sections, similar particles, that all disappear at the exact same time, making the answer... Maybe the answer is to dynamically change the timeline of the particles as they go down the line. I mean, that is the answer. but having to implement all of that yourself is pretty gross. Dragonfire. Godot is probably what you'll use for game dev. Either that or Raylib game library. Probably a good idea to start with Godot. Godot is very straightforward in a lot of ways, and extremely good for very, very simple games. Put a sub-emitter. That sub-emitter with trail enabled will be your trail effect. Yeah, but sub-emitters don't work with GL compatibility mode. Project. Got to restart to enable that. Right. Because if this gives me a better visual overall, I'll use it. Also, probably need to do some benchmarking on performance with the different rendering options. Just a thought. Hello, Godot. Please open up. What kind of game am I making? Action RPG with absolutely zero story. Throw the player into different arenas, have them kill monsters, level up. Unlock new classes, new abilities, that fun stuff. Just a grinding game that you just have fun grinding. The end. Okay, can I do sub-emitters now? Yes. What does sub-emitter actually do on its own? Particle sub-emitter mode. What is a sub-emitter, though? Node paths. Sure. Path to another particles to node that will sub-emitter. Sub-emitters can be used to achieve effects such as fireworks, sparks, or bubbles popping into water drops. Is set. Target cheap. No longer emits particles on its own? What? Huh? So does that mean if I add a child node, it'll stop working? No, this clearly is not doing that. What? Dad, I'm confused. Help. Oh, trails. Oh, there's literally just an option for trails now. Why? Okay, that is certainly interesting looking. I don't hate that look. Don't really see a trailing effect. Put a long time on this. Okay, so this is putting a trailing effect on the particles in local coordinates. I think that's what's happening. Yeah. It's not doing it in global coordinates. That's pretty lame. But I still don't know how to set up a sub-emitter. Pack. Oh, I have to actually assign the other... Okay. Got it. Um, that doesn't... What? That doesn't seem right. Okay. Trail on the... Okay. Interest. Not doing what I expected. Why is it dropping them off in clumps? What? Chat, help me out here. What is happening? You don't know it's going crazy? Yeah, that's basically all I can figure out. Because I thought the whole idea of a sub-emitter was that individual particles emit other particles. Ah, I was at the object cap. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. Okay. Yeah, what I was attempting to have it do is have 1,500 particles that each of those was emitting like several thousand particles, which meant I was having several million particles try to generate, which it makes sense that the engine would have said, nope, sorry. Now, how can I tell it I want the particle's texture to be whatever the particle is? Because this is not working. Create a queue, a position of player movement, and draw a line between them. Just keep updating the line using position to give trail effect. No, I'm not doing that. Considered a secondary animate right for the trail. I would add GP particle to child of your bullet scene. Bullets ready. In your bullets ready method, reframe. Bullet change direction after it's on. Give you blah blah blah. That way, whichever way your bullet spawns, manage its trail. Maybe? Okay, I figured it out. It actually already does what I want. I just had to turn all the gravity off. Why? Would gravity have set up? Well. Yeah, this whole sub-emitter thing is just not working out for me. Well, let me try that. The problem, I believe, though, is if I don't have gravity, it's just not going to work. Go in here, acceleration, gravity, set this to 0. Yeah. Why are the particles have a dimension of 0? Or a Y scale of 0 or something like that. Oh, I also think I gave it a sub-emitter of itself. Probably not something you want to do. Hold on. Animate. Where's the thing I'm looking? Drawing is where I want to look. Okay. Okay, no subparticles at all. Or sub-emitter particles. It has something to do with the fact that there's no... It's like if they don't have... It's like it doesn't count as velocity. Inherent velocity rate. Percentage of the velocity of the respective particles to be inherited by each particle spawning. Oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is absolutely what I've been looking for. Which I may not even need this. I may not need the sub-emitter. I'm learning. Slowly but surely. Where was that? No, seriously, where was that? Spawn velocity. There we go. We're getting something. Sort of. All the bright light? Indeed. Alright. Does that do? A pivot point to calculate radial... Didn't change anything. Put turbulence on for this. I just want to add a bunch of noise to see what happens. Okay, that's a super cool effect. Bruh. I clearly have too many particles happening, but... That's super interesting. But I think I now know that I don't need a sub-emitter for what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm like 90% sure I don't need it. Also, nope, I did do that correctly. Okay. Disabled sub-emitter. I want to inherit some of the velocity. Is it using local coordinates? Feels like. Why do I have a square forming? Oh, probably because I don't have randomized rotation. On angle. There we go. That's better. So it's... The inheritances... The issue that I just need a lot of damping. Is that what's going on here? Nope, that's not doing what I want. Not even close. Ah! Let's put the trail back in. Wherever that was. Trail, there we go. It is kind of cool how it becomes a basically perfect circle as a result of that. Interesting look. Oh yeah, I do not want to inherit velocity. Does look kind of cool. Wait, why is it hollow? What happened? So, still the visual issue that I'm getting that I don't like is that the trails are all relative to the node, not the world, which feels wrong. Though I do like the spikiness. It looks pretty cool. How can I do something like that? So, enable trails. Not do that. Just so they're really obvious. Let's make the particles faster. Okay. This should let me see the shape better when I change other stuff. Great. If I could get that rounded out, that's an interesting look. Whee! Now, what does velocity pivot do for me? I don't know what that means. Okay, and if I add turbulence, what happens? Oh my goodness, that looks amazing. I love it. What's interesting is the noise strength is almost like a seed. What? What? That's kind of interesting. It's back to 180. Oh man, if I could figure out how to create this visual without it relying on noise, like if I could make this based on direction, how cool is that? I really like this. Oh man, how do I recreate this? Well, that's doing nothing. Don't worry about that. How do I recreate this, chat? Oh my goodness. Looks so good. Okay, so I need to turn off turbulence and I need to somehow recreate that. Okay, so that angle is... Oh, wait, no, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. Yeah, no, that is the rotation of the particle relative to itself. Okay. Dude, it's creating an almost organic look. That's so cool. I've got to figure out how to recreate this, because this visual is just too good looking. Wait. That. Okay, so this value somehow tells me the angle. Right. First of all, bruh. Oh, I need to figure out how to do that. Oh, I need to figure that out. Oh, bad. I think this is irrelevant. Oh, no, no. No, it's not. So Turbulence just does some magical shenanigans. That's what I'm learning here. So if I can find a value of noise strength that gets it centered, I can abuse this. That's not how this works. That's kind of neat. Doesn't look right for what I'm trying to do, but Kind of cool looking. Oh, not what I'm looking for. I'm messy. What if... No, not quite right either. Turn off turbulence for a bit. Hold on. I think I may have found an issue. Let's get rid of initial velocity. Let's give it instead... that doesn't... Why is it so thin there? Not right. Getting something. work. Yeah, inherit is the wrong answer. Okay. What in general does damping give us? Why is it all still straight lines? I don't get it. Pseudo particle or trails or here's a question. That was not the answer. Oh, still straight line. Let's see how this person made this effect. Maybe it'll teach me something. Well, no features for particle system. In this video, I go over the basic particles, breakdowns, and effects. Black hole, this is the one I want to see. How are you doing this? I think that might be it. Let me try giving it an acceleration. Why is it not affecting all the particles? But I'm assuming even with this, it's not gonna bend. Yeah. Half doesn't bend at all. Why does that make sense? What? What? Let's try just using gravity. Like, a lot of it. Maybe not that much. Okay, that's kind of the visual I want. But not really. Okay, what does that do? Oh. What is happening in there? Something crazy is going on. Just keep going. Ramp it up. What happens when this goes to infinity? Well, that's definitely not the look I want. Well, I now know how to make a spiral effect. Great. Not what I'm trying to do. That's easy enough. But definitely not what I want. Ah! Oh my god. Yeah, but those are all relative to local coordinates. That trailing effect. Not doing what I need. This is gonna be silly, but what if I just rotate it? Is that an option? No. What about if I rotate this guy? Nope. Yeah, the way I did it with Slime Golem was with a sub viewport. You know that thing I'm not supposed to use? For funsies. Cool. Randomness. That I actually like for the editor a lot better. But how do I tell it? Direction. Don't think that actually does anything. I don't know, chat. Not really getting how I can change the angle, which feels like it should be something pretty basic. Especially when it looks so good. I don't like the little dark bits that are flying through here, but maybe they won't be that noticeable when you're actually playing the game. Actually, let's just look. What does it look like right now? Oh dear. Not like that. Don't have a sync shadow. Where's that particle? Get over here, particle. The projectile getting destroyed, maybe? Probably. Well, ballistic motion isn't doing anything. Like, I shouldn't be calling that right now. But that's... should be irrelevant. What's the dealio? Oh, it's being moved. That's almost certainly what's happening. Well, it stopped. Oh, Lifetime probably got it. Two. Work, Lifetime. Give it a long life. Yeah, it looks good to me. Albeit a bit too high resolution. Wait, does scale not do anything to this? Right. That seems wrong. Scale doesn't affect the particle emission shape. Huh. Okay. I feel like I've got a lot to learn. I kind of just want to go back to an older version where it looked halfway decent. Let's simplify things. I could have sworn scale had an impact. Should, right? Oh. That's an effect. I have no idea how to use these effects, though. Bye, turbulence. Bye. Hey, rails. Bye. Going back to basics. Almost like I want it to inherit the inverse of the velocity. If true, particles use the parent node's coordinate space, known as local coordinates. This will cause particles to move and rotate along the node is moved or rotated. If false, particles use global coordinates. Wait. Work. Hold on. Turbulence, come back. And trails. Oh, Jet. Okay. Why is the shape not round? A little better. So was potentially the problem that had a point as my we got something. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. What do you mean? Radial velocity is not the one I want. Thought I wanted this. That's not right. That's not right either. That's kind of something. Right. Why? Why are you refusing me? Well, I was hoping that would work, but it did not. Let's try this with something else. Maybe CPU particles can do what I'm trying to do while GPU can't. Maybe that's just a limitation that I'm not aware of. I want no gravity. Well, they're definitely leaving particles behind. Okay. Let me get some basics going. Emission shape. Here. Grab the color ramp from here. Be in drawing. Oop. Display. No. There we go. Interesting. I should be able to get the raw data, though. Oh, that worked. Cool. Now... it does nothing. And what happens if I apply damping? That's issue. Nope, it still holds true. Okay. Going over there. Should keep damping on for what I'm trying to do. Line-wise irrelevant. Two particles to B. And show me G particles to these. Talk to me, Godot. What is that property called? Inherent velocity ratio is a property, so Maybe it comes from somewhere else? Oh, that's the process material. Is that right? Yes. So whatever the equivalent is here, I'm gonna have to just find it. Called in here. Process material. Oh wait, I'm not in the right page. Attention to the velocity of the respective particle inherited by each particle when bond. And so CPU particles just work so differently. So CPU particle 2D caret velocity. Someone's got to have asked about that. Particles seem to emit ahead of where they're supposed to. Velocity. Planning to look into this just to give people a heads up. Confirmed in that no, the issue is not technically resolved. Work for all. Wait. So if I put on interpolate it, or if I turn off interpolate, it just works? Surely not. Okay. It's not gonna work, right? Yeah, no, it's not working at all. Alright, ignore that. Wait. No. CPU particles can't have a trail? No. Chat. This can't be true. Huh? I've tried the geocompatibility rendering with my particles. Following message. They offer significantly more functionality than CPU particles now. Less performance ceiling with high instant counts. Make it possible to create advanced effects that CPU particles just can't do. So can't use custom particle process shaders. CPU particles are also supported with ring method. Result, there been need for implementing trails. So the answer from Godot Foundation is we just don't see a need to have those features. Okay, GPU particle duty rail is relative to oh. Do not set the global coordinate flag. The particles will move with the particle system itself. Trails enabled are not rendered on what? On web without further. Hey. So I should probably use GPU particles 2D. Since apparently support and ongoing development for CPU particle 2D is just halted. Which is super lame. Let me just see what I can come up with CPU particles. Nation. Nope. That seems to be fine. Okay, so if there is motion, that accelerates it. Got it. So having a negative acceleration would be the equivalent of friction. Or damping, at least. Get rid of damping for now, until we actually get some movement. So that pulsating is because I have too many particles. Still getting some pulsating there. Okay. So, good to know. CPU particles, if you're at it, like, if you go past around 500, you risk having, you risk hitting your cap. I'm guessing the cap is probably around, like, 800. Not seeing the pulse there. If I'm seeing it, it's very slight here. I'm seeing a little pulse there. And at 1,000 becomes a bit more noticeable. Of course, then that was not the number I meant to type in. It looks kind of neat. It's not the effect I'm going for, but it looks kind of neat. Out of curiosity. That just looks silly. Okay, what happens if I throw damping on this? Okay, so if I want to use CPU particles for this, the play seems to be have an initial velocity that's a percentage of my starting velocity, with clearly some variance thrown in for the spread. But I can't do trails. What else? Anything interesting we can do? Can't really do with... Why are they not spreading out more? Yeah, it seems like I'm just too limited when it comes to the CPU particles 2D. But that's good to know. And yes, this took longer than expected, but these are all things that are going to continue to be relevant. So it's important to get this stuff right. And it may be worth looking into how to make my own particle shaders from scratch. That's going to be a big learning curve, though. Big learning curve. Curious about one last detail here. Cool. What about aligning the Y direction? That's not... That is not what I wanted to create. Whoa. Hello. Width of 1. Height of, call it 5. Gradient. Oh no, fill is what I need to... Video. Hold on. Hold on. Linear acceleration. Let's get rid of the damping. Oh, we don't have any damp. Oh, you see how the lines spin as the node goes around? That's not what I want. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Well, that sort of answers all of the questions about CPU particles 2D. It's just useless compared to GPU. Sad, since there's some features that are really, really nice. Okay. Let's get back to basics. Oh, randomness. Interpolate. Hmm. Definitely not doing it. Trail. Where'd that go? Oh, right, it's its own separate thing down here. Not really understanding what the sections are. Number of sections to use for the particle trail rendering. Higher values can result in smoother trail curves at the cost of performance due to increased mesh complexity. Okay. I don't think I'm even approaching that right now, I'll bet. So why are they showing up as squares? And that's weird. Oh. I kind of understand now. It's because of my screen refresh rate. Okay. So to get circles for this effect, I need double my refresh rate, which there's probably some math that makes that make sense. Ooh. I don't hate that look. Something interesting's happening now. Huh. I need to inherit more of the velocity. Oh, this is how, the person we saw making that, like, spark throwing effect, this is how they did it. Oh, okay. Because I believe if I throw on some form of gravity right now, I'll get the exact same effect. Accelerations, negative 1000. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that do anything? Touch. Guns. Or is the lifetime just so short that it's irrelevant? That's plenty. Why is gravity not doing it? Oh. We have gravity. Oh, my damping is getting rid of gravity. Oh, okay. It's stronger gravity for that to be noticeable, though. Well, it's fun. Like it's neat looking. Not doing what I need, but it's neat. I just wonder why it's inheriting so much more velocity than the node itself. So let's nuke gravity. I don't need gravity. Do the lines curve, though? That's a question. Let's put the gravity back. That's not what I wanted. That looks like a curve to me a little bit. Let's try to make it super pronounced so it's just really obvious what's going on. Also, give the trails more lifetime. Oh yeah, it's painfully obvious they curve now. I think I'm at my limit, guys, for today. We've learned a lot, but there's still clearly more I need to learn. But it's all part of the process. Out of curiosity, what happens if we try to approach a cap on this? Oh, my computer doesn't like this. Oh no! Well, we're breaking Godot. Kind of a neat effect. Uh, I want to know if there's a way to get this smoother. I think there probably is. It's definitely doing them in sets. Like there's only so many particles, or there's a minimum interval between events, it seems like. Okay. On. Well, let's actually keep that for now. Kind of neat. Don't know why it's... Ah. I could definitely do something with this effect. I'd have to be so careful about how fast I let the thing move. But it is interesting. Plus, if you want it to work in omnidirection, this way. Dude. How can I use this? Dude, it looks so cool. I just don't know what to do with this information. Like, how do I keep the particles from just spreading out like crazy like this? Acceleration. What if I give it a negative radial acceleration? To like try and bring the particles back in. Hey! There's something here. Loving it. To stop inheriting the velocity altogether. It's like the particles are being drawn almost into the new position rather than the old one. Damping mostly serves to spread this thing out. Okay. Possible to have negative damping. No. Linear acceleration. Well, what else can I learn real quick? I haven't been using tangential acceleration, so get rid of the radial. Really? Where? Happening? Where is that coming from? Honestly, I just don't even need that for the scale that I'm drawing this at anymore. Ah. There's where that was coming. Okay. Next. What do you do? Nothing all that interesting. Man, there's clearly a way to do some cool things here, and there's so many different quantities to modify, it's hard to figure out what is gonna do what. The best visuals are still from using turbulence, it's just the wrong direction. Okay, so now I know how to make organic looking wispy tentacle things. And I imagine if I got rid of the transparency at the end, it probably wouldn't even look wispy. Actually test that real quick. Yeah, it kind of just looks organic. Okay. But turbulence is a trap. Don't really know how collision is supposed to work for this, because as far as I can tell, it just doesn't. What's that doing? Seem to do anything. It does something, clearly. Yeah, let's call it there. That's enough learning for today, and yeah, I'm gonna need fresh eyes on this. Okay. Anything else we want to do today? Any thoughts in chat? Yep. I'm gonna... I think that's where we're gonna call it then. Yep. Still doing experiments with this whole particle system and learning how to work with it. We've had a few days experimenting with it, but like particle systems in general are brand new to me. So We may take tomorrow. Let's see, what's today? Saturday. We may take tomorrow to experiment with making our own particle shader. That might be worth it. Especially if the particle shader gives us access to global space rather than just local space. With global space, I know I can produce the effects I want. Anywho, everybody, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please check out my Ko-fi page, link in the description. There, you can help support the channel, and when you do, you'll get access to some dev tools I've made for you guys, and roles in the Discord. Above all, though, hope y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.